Uh-oh. Fire station's empty. How come I'm not getting notifications? That's why. Oh, good evening, good evening. Where'd all these fire trucks go? I don't know. Yeah, I've never even, not sure if I've ever driven one. I've been in a few. Tom likes the Subaru wagon he's got, you know, especially if you're doing airport pickups, lots of room for luggage. That's an important thing. I just looked, so the only thing available in the Cleveland market right now is a Toyota Corolla. But I gotta have money on a debit card because I don't have a credit card. So I'd have to have some bucks on the card before I could even rent it. With tax, it's almost $300 a week. But there's work, you know. Getting past the first week is the big hurdle. Ambulance. Oh. Yeah, no sooner than I looked back at YouTube, the that video showed up finally. Pretty funny listening to it at twice the speed. Yeah, you gotta. Oh yeah, you gotta work. You know. I know my friend. He always goes after the promotions, the quests. They have a quest today, Friday. If today is Friday yet, I don't know what time it is. Yeah, they have a quest for today. You know, $100 if you get so many trips in. But it's passengers only, not food. Oh, hello, Rob. Welcome. Another newbie. You get a greeting from Fredo. Oh, hi, Rob. Oh, welcome. Nice. So how did you find me, Rob? I'm always curious how people find me. I think that damn... I gotta clean these windows. I keep saying that. I always forget. Oh, excuse me. I'm over in that neighborhood a lot. Quite a lot. I'll probably be over there soon. Oh, you can look at my videos. Tonight we're just getting some people some stuff. You get to see the city. I point stuff out. I know everything about Northeast Ohio, pretty much, no matter where we go. We have chats while I eat sometimes. I just put up some videos from out in Lake County yesterday, out in Lake Metro Parks. You can go look at those out on Lake Erie, on the beach, I should say. I was on Lake Erie a few weeks ago. You can go look at that video. And I got to get my ticket for the Blues Cruise, or I'm not going to get on the damn boat. I think I might have the money tomorrow if I make some tonight. I need $40 for the ticket, and I really want to go this year. I missed last year. I think it was the first time I missed. Sometimes I'm showing you guys work I'm doing. It's a mix of everything. Sometimes just taking tours, like yesterday to the Lake Metro Park after I made a delivery way out there. See, I've never been to this place to pick up food. But it's first delivery. $73 in Cleveland. Where are we going here? Yeah, we gotta go around and around. Can't get there from here. Into the flats. Ow. Bad bump. Oh, here's the new little park over here they just put in. I should have got down here yesterday for the damn grand opening of this thing. I totally missed that. They're calling it Lighthouse Park. Got some swings. Lighthouse Park. No, it's not a bus stop. That's a new little park where there used to be a lighthouse up here on the bluff above the lake. Looks like, yeah, it's a fancy bus stop with swings. It'd be nice to have swings at the bus stop. I just rode the damn bus for months because I didn't have a car. You can find some of those videos back on YouTube also. I need a newer car though so I can make better money. So where are we going here? I've never... Where is this place? I don't see anything open here. Oh, right at the corner. Okay. The Daiquiri Bar and Restaurant. I forgot about it. I guess this place opening up. Alright. Be right back. First time here. Anybody here? There's the lights on. I see people in there. I got pickups here, apparently.
Oh, pickup?
Guys cleaning in there, I can see that.
Well,
Got pickup?
Yeah, we close.
How can they order?
I don't know.
Alright, thank you.
Yep.
So you gotta take that open sign off too.
Yeah, I'm telling you, turn it off now.
I have to take a photo because that's the only way I get paid. Let's see here. Well, this store's closed. At least I got paid a couple bucks to drive here. Let's see here. What are we doing? There's no work out here tonight. That's why we gotta get a car, a newer car. Ugh. Well, at least I got paid to drive down here. Hello there. High on word. Height or electric car, yes. You ride the bus since '04. Yeah, well, electric car would be awesome. They do rent some, but they don't have any available in this market right now. Oh yeah, here's the new taco type place down here. Look, it's really fancy inside. All these amazing chandeliers and lights, decorations, called Agave and Rye. Just opened in the warehouse district. I'm actually on the wait list for an electric car. Well, not a great order, but gets me to where I was going without driving there for free. Keep chasing this bicycle. He's all over the road. Oh, let's see. The flats. I guess we're just going to go this way. Could have gone back through the flats. Should have gone through the flats. Oh well. Have to go this way now. A little longer. Slightly better roads. Oh, he wasn't a bicycle courier. He was just riding an e-bike. Yeah, we don't have them in Cleveland. I was just in Manhattan last year, near Brooklyn. E-bike delivery people everywhere. Every food delivery guy had an e-bike. Most of them had 2 or 3 phones. It was pretty amazing to see the how efficient they are. Since I rented an e-bike in Chicago and Minneapolis, I want one now. I want one. I know maybe a couple people in Cleveland who have them now. Why did I change lanes? Because I'm on automatic. Hate when that function's turned on. I mean, I don't mind riding public transit. It just really doesn't suit my lifestyle at all. Except when, traveling works good in other cities. But for my daily world here, it doesn't work. Not for the things I normally do. go to times a day. Takes so much extra time out of your day, though, to do the, depending on where you got to go for public transit. It definitely can take a lot more time out of your day. Let alone the lovely jolts and bumps of Cleveland roads. Alright, be right back. Where are we going? Oh, we're going there. Okay. Okay, we're off. Which way? Go this way. Bumpy, bumpy. This is a cool park now that they redid it. It's nicely lit at night. It's actually used a lot during the whole evening because there's so many apartments around here. Like that big apartment building. There's 2 of those. So it's nice to see the city with people in it. Okay, dude, what are we doing? Driving so slow. Green light. What the heck? They want you to go all the way around. Where's he at? He's back in. Oh, that's right. He's back in there. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, that's ridiculous to go the other way. Why would they do that? Might be. Yeah. Oh, you gotta come in from there? Do you have to come in from there? I think, oh, maybe you do. Is that one way? Or is that just their crazy routing? No, it's two-way street. Oh no, it is one way. Okay, we do have to come around the block. Would that be quicker to go that way? Possibly. Possibly. What street is it? If I get a moment, I've got a short video I'll play for you. It's hilarious. It's what every party crashing, whining politician should get shouted back at them if you're able to do it. It was brilliant. Brilliant. And it was shouted back at her by another politician. Even more brilliant. They didn't want to hear it. It's pretty funny. Yeah, this might be a little quicker. No lights at all really going this way. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the east side of Cleveland. Stop sign that sneaks out from behind a tree. Had one earlier, really couldn't see it at all until you were just upon it. Especially when it's not a street you drive all the time. Oh wait, do we want to turn here? Sorry. I don't think so. No. Would this even help if we turned here? No. That goes over to there. No. That's a bumpy street. Hello, Ken. I would definitely say the east side is much busier. Downtown and the east side. Near west side maybe of Cleveland. I don't work Lakewood that often, and I don't rarely get to Parma much, or any of those other areas. I mean, Cleveland Heights is busy, you know, there's all these different zones. Tonight was really dead. It's been hard to get any work. I mean, this side of town, I think, has more people that stay up late, keep crazier hours. You've got Case Western Reserve over here. You know, you've got Cleveland State downtown. They'll tend to buy a lot of stuff. The hospitals all order stuff. I mean, I delivered a full cheesecake over to UH the other night. It was amazing looking. And it's a pastry shop I really didn't have on my radar. Maybe I did, but I've forgotten about it. Called Slices. It's a major cheesecake and pastry shop, or cake shop. In fact, I need to get a hold of him. He asked me a question about something about his space. Needs a repair. The nurse who got the cheesecake said, she says they're all Western Safety Patrol walking around. It's move-in week. Lots of new students on campus getting indoctrinated. You will turn your pages when the professor tells you. You will eat when we tell you. Oh, what are we doing here? Come on, phone. Function. Come on, phone. Why do I always do that? I miss this drive all the time for some reason. I'm always looking at another drive. There's a lot of places I go. For some reason, I always have the other drive in mind. All right.
Requested you hand them the order.
Oh, there.
They added the following instructions. Hand it to me.
Awesome. Hello.
Brian?
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Sure thing. Thanks for coming out.
Have a good one.
Sometimes I have the hardest time hooking up with you guys over here, you know. Yep. All right. The handoff is made. Okay, now we're actually in a delivery area. Yeah, I mean, I've done it once, you know. I mean, for certain people who can really afford it, you know, yeah. You know, I eat my food out, so that's where I spend my money. All right, where are we going? We got to go up the hill. All right. Should I go right or should I go left? Maybe I'll go left. Come on, cars, get out of the way. I'm gonna go this way. The only time I ever got food delivered from Uber was when they gave me a $30. Oh, you stupid car. Keep stalling. Ugh. Well, when you can make right turns on your route, you're always able to keep moving usually. Little Italy. Well, this app, every now and then you'll do drugstore pickups where you shop for the drug, you know, for a few items. What's going on here tonight? Some big group of people, students. That's a Case Western Reserve Safe Ride car. Gives free rides around the campus area. There's a bunch of students over here at Totally. Wow. Must big event there tonight. Packed. It's probably some, what do they call those? Student events? Mixers? That place, Taste of Little Italy, was packed. People waiting to get in. The amount of hours I've spent on Case's campus, I should have a degree. It's pretty sad, really. Look back at that. If I was only focused. Totally? Okay. Where did I have great pizza the other night? Oh, at our reunion at Grindhouse. Oh my gosh, the Grindhouse tap. Oh my God, what is the name of that place? Out in Berea. Amazing, good pizza. I really like Edison's Pizza in Tremont. And I still have to get pizza over in Detroit Shoreway from Il Rione. I know the owners, and I've still never had the pizza. It's supposed to be fantastic. Donato's? I don't think so, Rob. Need to get out of your world, honestly. When you try an Edison's Pizza in Tremont, you can get a slice there, so you can try it by the slice. Jet's Pizza is pretty awesome from what I hear. I've gotten a number of good reviews from that. But Il Rione would be pretty fantastic. And that pizza I had the other night at the reunion in Berea was really awesome. There's a lot of good pizza out there. Get away from Donato's. Used to be good. See, I never bought pizza from places like that. I always buy it from local stores, never from chains, ever. You know, I just always support local places. Chains can always find a way to make money, you know, but you're always better supporting local businesses. Like Guy's Pizza. They make good drunk pizza. I've had some really good slices actually from Guy's a couple times. Really amazing. Gotta wait. It's drizzling. It's drizzling. What time is it? Yeah. Peanut M&Ms. I still have never been over to, what's the name of the place in Lakewood? I worked at the same named place in the 70s, delivering pizza. Oh, Jesus, it starts with a D? Ugh. Can't even think. They supposedly have quite excellent pizza. I worked at the same named place. What is going on here with my maps? Angelo's Pizza. Kathy, John, good evening. Hello. Oh, my new video popped up finally on YouTube. The one that crashed a couple days ago. Oh. Well, I got 2 in recently. It has to be the right time and place. Pretty fun watching to check out the video that just popped up today from Lake Erie Bluffs. Play the video at 2 times. You know, you can hit the 3 dots in the corner and you can choose the replay speed. A lot of people don't know that about YouTube. I watch a lot of stuff a little faster because the guy either just talks so slow or it's just something that doesn't have any real audio, you know, so you can speed it up to watch it, get through it. It was funny listening to me today. Check it out. Push it all the way up to 2 times. Oh yeah, it's good weather. It's drizzling a little right now. Barely, just a little drop here and there. Angelo's Pizza. Just waiting for a delivery. What was I looking for? I was going to ask somebody something I forgot, but yep. I was going to look something up. Can you... Oh yeah, hold on, let me do that. Let's see if I can do that. It's not letting me get the answer that I want. I'll have to look it up later. All right. Man, this is killing me tonight. It's terrible. Freaking not even close to ready. Jeez.
Hey, excuse me, brother.
Howdy.
How you doing tonight? Listen, this is me and this is my name. I'm a homeless veteran. I sleep up on Detroit Superior Bridge downtown in what we call Tent City,
Yep.
in a tent on rocks. But I'm on the waiting list for housing through the VA.
Right.
and the domiciliary is full, so I can't get in. I got to sleep in the tent. And I don't get any money. They working on my benefits too. Trying to get bus fare and a sandwich so I won't have to sleep up under
Fireworks.
fireworks. So I won't have to sleep up under the bridge tonight. Them bugs be tearing your behind up.
Well, I'm really poor tonight, sir. I'm trying to wait on a delivery right now. I can give you a drink, though, if you want it.
A drink of what?
I've got brand new drinks here, you know, sugar-free Powerades.
No,
No.
I need some money.
Needs money. It's the first time I think I've ever been panhandled up here on Coventry Village, day or night. And he's not exactly going to be heading to Superior. That's 5 miles from here. Oh. Oh, I'm not worried about most people. I've been hit with that line a bunch of times. I'm a homeless veteran. He showed me his ID. You know, he probably is homeless. I don't know. Who knows? You know. I help people plenty. It just has to be the right moment and time, and, you know. Killing me though, waiting for food like this is, you know, this is no way to make money. That's why I need to get Uber again. I need to get enough money to get a rental car. Nope, he didn't want the drink. So many times when I have given food to people on the street, they throw it out. He wants money to drink, most likely. That's what he wants. He doesn't want bus fare. I've even bought bus fare for people a couple times, but only if they would go with me and I would buy the bus ticket. Now, they can end up selling the bus ticket. That's also a very common thing on the street. You know, but when I've actually given food to people, a lot of times they just throw it away. So I don't even do that much anymore. No, he didn't want the brand new, you know, sports drink. I've heard pretty much every panhandling scam on the planet. Why is my phone not telling me the time here? I hate this. Oh. I'd rather watch a crane than sit like this. The crane at least will move occasionally. What's up, Fredo? No, not at all. Cleveland Heights? No. Go look up the statistics on Cleveland Heights. No. I mean, nearby, you know, it's an inner ring suburb, okay? And it's on the east side of Cleveland. And so being on the east side of Cleveland in an inner ring suburb, literally blocks behind us, it gets very poor. East Cleveland is just, what, 7 blocks away, one of the poorest cities in America. No, this is Coventry Village. I mean, it's full of, this 3-block area is full of shops and bars and restaurants and music venue. It's quite famous in Cleveland. But in general, Cleveland Heights is a very, it's an upper middle class suburb to wealthy, literally, to seriously wealthy. Oh, I saw those houses. Those aren't big houses. Cleveland, we got that all day long. That's nothing. They might cost more because they're on Long Island, but they're not big. I can take you by some of the $1 million houses I've worked in. One thing that I ever did when I was homeless, ask anything from people. If people gave me anything, then it happened right. We have the Hamptons. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, all right. Is this silly food ready yet? This is ridiculous. Ugh. $4.79 a gallon. Yes, we have Gates Mills. Go look at Gates Mills or Kirtland Hills properties, Kathy. Big estates, big mansions. I've worked all over those neighborhoods. Insane properties. I really should put together I'd like to get pictures of every big house I've worked on and put them up somewhere. I really wouldn't mind having my own website. Stuff like that. I walked into this pizza shop. This guy that's working tonight is really not so with it. He literally didn't recognize me, I think, the third time I went in. It's like, really? thought fast food places were terrible to get in line at night. This is terrible tonight. It's killing me here. No, just not made, not finished. When you get the order 3 minutes away and who knows when they put it in, you know. Usually I'm busy enough to go from place to place where you... Yeah, Ken is a local. Rob is a local. He's new. Did I ever ask you, Ken, how did you find me? I'm always interested in how people find me. That's something I'm trying to remember to ask people. Never waited this long for a pizza, like anywhere. Oh, come on. I did get a shiny new pizza bag today. That was nice. Did get a shiny new pizza bag for free. Yeah, I need to start doing some of that again. I really enjoy that. I think I'm pretty good at it. All right, where are we going? Up to Cedar, okay. Well, we're pointed in the right direction. Yeah, I mean, I was really happy to stumble into the Lake Erie Bluffs yesterday. That was yesterday, right? Yeah. It was fun to go out there and walk around and see that. I want to go back. That's some really nice beach there. Something you can't find in Ohio too easily because lake access is so limited. Yep, I've gotten some new. In the last month, I think I've gained 25 people or whatever. You know, that's promising. Just got to keep working at it. Some people have worked years before they really gain numbers, you know. Depends on your product, you know. People that do, you know, like auto repair channels and DIY channels seem to do very good. I could do some of that, and I should do more, but I'm not organized enough when I go do the jobs to do the filming. Really would help to have a sports type camera or a good video camera, or some, not a good, but a little video camera or something to do that. I need to start doing more of those repair type videos too. This one auto channel I follow, the dude just hit 400,000 subscribers, and apparently in the last year he grew insanely. I mean, like thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands in the last year. Just took off like mad. You know, you channel that big, you're making, you can almost live off some of that, you know, depending on your Yeah, I mean, I've always done that. You know, I've given so many friends who don't know the city, you know, I've shown them the ropes of the city. And, like the music scene or the food scene or whatever. And, you know, there still are so many. I mean, I almost wish I could do a tour, some sort of a, you know, operate a tour, regular tour, but I'm not organized enough for that. And barrels, Ohio State flour. Can we go over here? Are we allowed to go over here? Yep, I guess so. Oh, look at that little baby skunk waddling across the street. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Where are we at? Why did it show that before? Did I pass this? Oh, did I do that? Oh my God. Second time tonight, because I'm talking. And I don't have a phone mount for this other device in this car yet. Second time I drove past something tonight by a... First time it was only a few feet. I need to go find a mount for this other phone. Silly boy, silly boy.
order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
What's the location? Okay. All right. Well, actually, that delivery paid pretty good, really, but so much waiting. It's painful. I want to keep moving, otherwise I get in trouble. I get bored. Oh. Distracted.
You have one number plate at a particular time, and they've said that they've applauded what it looks like as a gadget, but at the same time they're saying it does present a criminal, element to it. And they've also said that an investigation has been opened to know the source of the automatic number plate, as well as find out who's producing it. And the Federal Road Safety Corps, who are in charge of, they are the issuing authority in Nigeria for number plates.
Cleveland Heights High, otherwise known as Heights High. Pretty famous school. Lots of well-known people have gone there. Quite an alumni. They just redid the school a few years ago. They added these big wings on either end of the main original building. Spent a lot of money redoing the school. It's very nice looking. Yep, Paul went to Shaker. Yep. Cleveland Heights High, though, has got a lot of theater people. I mean, you can go online and look at their alumni. You'll see a lot of names you recognize. Football team. Yeah, I mean, I could care less about that stuff, but it does make a high school something to some degree, I don't know that they were ever very, up there with the football. Not like teams like St. Ed's, St. Ignatius, Shaw. Turn here. Of course, Canton McKinley High School. Literally world famous almost. US famous in the high school football world. It's always neat driving around at night, all the critters you run across. Some nights it'll literally be like nothing but skunks or raccoons or deer. It's funny how it will seem to come into that. What time is it? It's 1:49. It's super dead out here. There's just no work tonight at all. Really quiet. This whole week has been very quiet week. Very quiet. I mean, I've made no money this week. Driven a lot. Last week I had some good bouts where at least I got paid pretty decently for the driving. The only way to get out and make more money is I got to get a newer vehicle and get on Uber again. Since I've lost the trucking company and I can't get onto these other delivery services, they both have waiting lists. This section of street, this was like the center of the hippie universe in Cleveland back in the 60s and 70s, the counterculture. And been hanging around Case Western Reserve University down the hill and up here since the 60s. There's just no work. I think I might be signed up with them. I should look at it more. I think I might already be on with them. I forget now. I mean, I think I signed up. I have to re-download the app. I guess you can do maybe okay on Instacart. I know a number of people that get stuff from Instacart. They have them do their shopping. And I think they say they tip well when they get their stuff. I mean, you can make far more money with Uber. Little Italy. Little Italy. Little Italy. Case back in session is 3,000 to 5,000 students back in town. You use them? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know some ladies that use Instacart. Just gonna pull over and hang. Let's take a look here. Got UCPD over here. 2 cars. Well, we got all these K students around here tonight. But University Circle Police Department is now patrolling the Little Italy neighborhoods. They put together an agreement to patrol this area on top of Cleveland. And it needs it. There's a lot of activity over here, and crime can be an issue over here sometimes. With all the people coming in and out of this area. What was I gonna look? Oh. Where is that? Is that it? They changed the logo? What is this? I don't know what that is. Is that it? They changed their logo? I don't know. Gotta go look at this. I think they changed their logo. Oh yeah, Mama Santa's. My friend liked Mama Santa's right here. I never liked it. It's just an average place, I think, you know. He would come here from Lorain County. He's Italian. But his tastes were, well, a little more plebeian and average than mine. He's a funny dude. No, he's not around town anymore. He's mostly in Florida. Come on, phone. Good pizza? I don't know. I mean, I don't think I ever had pizza here. If I came here with him, it was, probably got spaghetti or something. Okay, so they did change their logo. Instacart changed their app logo. There's no spots available to deliver in around here right now. So there's no Instacart work at all. No Instacart work. So that means there's plenty of drivers, or there's less work. Where's this at? Terrible. Where the hell is it? Oh, this is ridiculous. Way the hell. I know, it's just no work. I don't know. I guess I have to take it. Freaking Bedford Heights. Jeez. Well, do I go do it or oh, it's gone. It's really weird. Sometimes they give you 20 seconds to decide. Sometimes they give you 60 seconds, 70 seconds to decide. That one was pretty quick. Oh. They must have had a call over here. There's three UCPD cars here. They're all leaving now. It's the old Mayfield Theater there. It's a shame it's been sitting fallow for decades now. Used to come here all the time for late night movies on the weekends, like Rocky Horror, and I can't even tell you all the weird movies we came here to see. Yep, for years. I used to know the guy that helped run the place. It was a great place to come for late night movies, man. Who knows how ugly that building is inside. There's a guy who bought the property. He was supposed to do something with it. I don't know what's happened. Sad. And then right next to it, they just built this monster condo or apartment building. Big money. Four stories, 5 stories maybe? 5 stories. Underground parking. Got a copy of the Scene magazine today. It's hard to find them sometimes. There's no work out here now. Nothing. It's so damn dead tonight. Wow. I'd have to drive. Oh, there's a zone that just went dead. Parma. That just turned off. I've never seen a zone actually turn off. Yeah. Needs the right developer. You know, I don't know if the building will ever come back as something or they'll have to level it. They have not leveled anything in this neighborhood, really. I mean, I guess they leveled a few things to build this building. I can't even think now without going back to look at some old photos. But Bedford Garfield Heights. See, I should have took that order. It would have took me to Bedford. Oh, well. Oh, and it just went dark. Now there's no delivery work at all out here. No delivery work at all. Painesville. I'm not going there. There's nothing out here tonight. It's a dead night, really dead. Deadest I think I've seen pretty much ever. Yeah, if I could ever get a van, big enough van, I could just go on the road delivering again. That's far away. Far away. Let me see here. I wonder if... Yeah, see, this is... This is, I swear, the lights were going off in this car when I took the key out. Maybe I was confused. But that's how I killed the battery twice. I left the lights on. And it was like daytime both times. And I've got good habits about checking my lights, basically, but I think I'll remember now. Where did we eat last year? Oh, that was Guarino's. Went there with a friend who took me. I want to eat at Mia Bella some night. I've never been there. Never been to Tolly. You can only go down that road so far, dude. It's a one-way. Well, I'm going to move a little. Corbo's Bakery. Great Italian bakery. So Tolly has become a hotspot for case students. That seems new to me. Train station. Case Western Reserve University students. CWRU, that's the university that surrounds and is intertwined in this whole neighborhood. It's basically an Ivy League school, but it's not on that list. Very expensive. Undergrad is like almost probably $50 a year. We're right in the middle of campus right now here. And I don't know when they did this, but they put this really cool, I don't remember this blue lighting last year on the Peter B. Lewis Business School building. The roof is all stainless steel waves like potato chips. If you know Frank Gehry, the architect who's done a lot of these buildings around the planet, he did this one. The blue is, violet blue is a neat accent. I like it a lot. Yeah, that's what I thought, you know. It's very, very, it's like the cathedral downtown, St. John's. They've got the same kind of blue lighting on the bell spire and the face of the building, and I think, and that's got to be brand new too. It's got to be. I don't remember seeing it ever till just the other night. But I didn't drive for 5. Oh, a Case Western Reserve bunny rabbit. Where are you at, bunny? There's the Cleveland Botanical Garden. I still have actually never gone there. Terrible. Terrible Clevelander. Cleveland Museum of Art. Been there many times. Haven't been there in a while though. I need to get in there. Rated second best art museum in the United States on some lists. This is the back entrance. The original early 1900 building is in the front. This is like the main entrance now. Yes, and it's free. It's always been free. It's so well endowed. Should have been in porn. Some blue hair just cringed when I said that. I've always thought that when I say it, you know, about things like that. Here's the Natural History Museum. It's undergoing a big renovation and remodeling. It's their 100th year, I guess. I haven't been here in a very long time. I mean, a really long time. I used to come to lectures. A few years ago, they put a big outdoor area in for animals and stuff, and the really cool raised skywalk and stuff. And yeah, it's well overdue. I mean, they're really put together a good new plan. I didn't realize how much they're redoing here in the front. Wow. And I think they're adding space too. It's not going to finish till 2024. So are they shut down? Oh, they're doing the entrance inside the garage, yeah. Because this is the front entrance, but redoing that. They redid the garage a few years ago a bit. They've spent a lot of money here, but it was well overdue. It was a very kind of dated look inside to the. Oh, there's another skunk. There he is. Where is he? There he is. It's definitely a skunk night. I think this is the third one I've seen. They're so funny. He's out rooting. He was out in the road. Maybe he was starting to cross, or there's something in the street that was interesting him. Where'd he go? Yep, that's where he was before he's found something to nibble on. Yep. That's why he was out here. Hard to focus in the dark. Did I wrap that around there? I did. I need a different phone cable over here. Yeah. All right. He found some roadkill to nibble on, that's for sure. Boop, boop. Under the fence. I'll get out of your way. You can go back to your snack. Oh, he's running along the fence line. He's got nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Man, they are really adding a lot. It's hard to see behind the fence here. Hello, Ali from Iraq. Welcome to Cleveland, Ohio in the dark. So on the left, this whole big city block is the Cleveland Veterans Association Hospital Administration. So it's one of the biggest VA hospitals in the country. And they're doing more work right now. I see fenced off area there. And then on this corner is the Western Reserve Historical Society, which they've also rebranded kind of as the Cleveland History Center. And that's the old Euclid Beach carousel from the Euclid Beach Amusement Park. And if you go to the museum, you can get to take a ride. They built a whole little building on the corner here to house it, preserve it. And there's also another, so it's got lots of history and documents from Northeast Ohio and the Connecticut Western Reserve, which is what Cleveland was developed out of back in the, 1700s. So there's a big research library here. And then in the basement is the Crawford Auto Aviation Museum. So there's about 300 vehicles downstairs, airplanes. Cleveland was a bigger car manufacturing area before Detroit was. So it's got samples of all the Cleveland vehicles that were made here, the Bakers, the Wintons, things like that. When you were small, yeah, same here. And oh, and then right here is the Cleveland Institute of Music, which is a small chamber-based music school that's really highly rated. 100 years old also, and it's affiliated with Case Western Reserve to some degree. And now this year, in the last 2 years, they're building a whole bunch of their own housing for their students. They never had a lot of their own housing. They're building some of their own dorms. The same with the Cleveland Institute of Art, which is just a few blocks over. Very heavily associated with Case And they've grown massively in the last few years. Moved into new digs that are bigger. There's a lot happening around this neighborhood, plus all these new apartment buildings going up. Tons of new housing. Tons. Expensive though, mostly. Not for the average Joe. Here's the front of the Cleveland Museum of Art. And in front of the museum is a big lagoon called Wade Lagoon down there. That's the Student Center for Case Western Reserve. The veal, not like the cow. Student Center. Oh, there are. I mean, you know, there's a lot. I know most of it, and even then I'm surprised when I miss something and go, how did I miss that? And then right in front of us here on the left is the Cleveland Orchestra's home, Severance Hall. The top orchestra in the world. Fight me. I'll fight you on that one. Ambulances leaving the ER. This whole block over here to the right is this giant block is mostly all universities, hospitals, UH, and they have the East Side Level 1 Trauma Center, so they get the majority of the gunshot wounds over here. Lots of gunfighting. Yeah, I mean, I've done some rough math in my head, and for the last number of years, I think in the city of Cleveland, there has been every year $2 billion worth of development been going on each year. There is so much going on, right? And then right now you've got a 600-story skyscraper going up. You've got, you know, endless new apartment complexes going up. Endless. It's hard to count them all. So Ken, do you follow Ken? Do you know who I mean? Yep. Here's the entrance to university hospitals. The main core building and tower, and then you got Seidman Cancer Center here. And then the Church of the Covenant here on this side. And they do Carillon Bell concerts here on Friday. Lunch, you can come here on lunch. Pull over for a second. Insomnia Cookies is open. Never bought one. Do you know who I mean, Ken? Do you follow the other Ken? Oh, we can dash again? Do you follow Northeast Ohio Trans Blog? Do you know Northeast Ohio Trans Blog? Oh, hello, Sharon. I'm a West Sider. the best side. But I know all sides of town. I know 5 counties pretty intimately around here. Okay, I'm going to show you Ken. His name is Ken also. He is all things development going on in the area. Are you on Facebook or Twitter? But you can also subscribe to his feed. He actually got into the Google News Service feed also. I don't want to go there. I want to go here, touch this. Okay, well, he's on both of those too. This is his website, NEO Trans blog. This is his actual website. So he shows all of the development going on in the city, writes amazing articles, gets lots of scoops on development. Oh, your parents are in Ohio City? Okay. And come on here, close that up. Go to the menu. What is that? Close that. Oh my gosh, what is this? What did I just touch? Oh my God, I got taken to some stupid thing. So here's a sample of some of the stories. Ukrainian refugees, Shaker Heights developer reaches deal for ex-car dealership. Stokes West wins approval. Buckeye neighborhood plan sets goals. Harbor 44. Just look at them all. I mean, this just goes on forever. He's a good writer with good backstory. But you can, you can put him in your feed. You can find him on Twitter and on Facebook. His name is Ken J. Prendergast. You guys have the same initials. Prendergast. He's a must to follow if you want to keep up with development in Cleveland, Northeast Ohio. He was on the board of All Aboard Ohio for like 20 years. The rail advocacy group in Ohio. A very interesting guy. Oh, we got another storefront. Oh, Starbucks is closed. What's going on here? No, they gutted Starbucks and they're redoing it. I've like never seen that. That's rare. And then we got Insomnia Cookies, we got Kung Fu Tea, we got sushi, teriyaki, then we got Rascal House Pizza, we got something else down there. This is a much nicer neighborhood now that they built the uptown development on the other side of the lights. Actually have things to do for the students, shops to go to. Makes a much more inviting area than what it used to be. Oh, this is killing me that this be this slow. It really is. More people buying insomnia cookies. I think I've delivered some cookies. I'm not going to spend any money on them. Oh, I never noticed that over there. I have to file that away. To file that away. Let's see here. This is killing me. Really got to find a way to get a newer vehicle. I've watched 3 of them cross the road tonight in my driving. Oh yeah, well they're building it now. It's not open yet, is it? No? It's still being built, isn't it? That's being built with the whole new Stokes project. Stokes building and a new apartment building. I finally got in the original library a couple years ago. I'd never been in it, and I'm glad I got in it once. It's a pretty cool building. I think it was sad that it had to go. But right now, Cleveland Libraries is redoing almost, in the last few years, they're in a big phase of redoing every single branch. All of them are getting a remake. I got to see a really neat exhibition that was in that building. It was traveling. What was it about? Racism? It was a really amazing set of photos. Hundreds of them. live streamed it, but now I lost that stuff now. Yeah, I know a number of people that work there. A friend of mine was on their administrative staff for a long time. She just left. I was in the Stokes building downtown. I mean, the, what do they call it? No. What do they call the annex? Ugh. Yeah, Stokes, right? Ugh, terrible. Well, bars are closed. Now there'll be some more traffic out. I went to the Clevelanders for Public Transportation meeting Saturday. Ambulance. Gotta turn the car on. You guys need power. Yeah, I was wondering what was going to happen. So if any of you people are local and know the restaurant Fahrenheit in Tremont, he's moving downtown, and the building that the restaurant is in Tremont is now up for sale. Big change for the neighborhood, that's for sure. But it looks like he's not going to keep this site going. Wonder what's going to go on with that property. The new Fahrenheit downtown in the old John Q space is going to be pretty neat. It's going to have a big outdoor patio, and it's going to have a roof patio, which is going to be pretty cool, right on Public Square. I've got to get back into the music scene. After COVID, I've completely fallen by the wayside. I just want to try some laudanum once. Okay, maybe twice. Really, I want to try laudanum once before I die. Wow, that's an awesome photo. Well, there's just no deliveries tonight. They're not coming in. Yo, Hunter. Shine bright like a diamond, Rihanna. Diamonds don't shine, idiot. They reflect. They should have used the picture of Einstein where he had his tongue out. Not with, but I do. I'd have to go back to the Bat Cave. Somebody needs a jump. And I've been meaning to put my jumper cables in the car again. Damn it. Or buy a jump box again. But a decent jump box or the new lithium ion ones are a good $100. Which I don't have. But that's something that I really need. Yeah, like me, twice in 1 week. So downtown, I think I could go find some. I can't remember exactly where they are, but I think I could go find some. Or are you going to call AAA? Can I find cables? I got 2 sets at least. Let me check with somebody. Hold on. Let's see here. See if my friend's around. Are you or anybody around, comma, I've got a friend downtown who needs a jump. I'd have to go home and get cables. Well, there's an accident downtown, and there's no damn deliveries out here, so let's see if we can go on this rescue mission. Turn that off. There's no work. Oh, there's some work on the west side, but I wasn't looking. Let's turn this off. Okay, didn't know about that one. Where was that at? Alright, well, I'm gonna see if I can go find cables. Wish I knew if there were a set at the building. I'd only just go to the building, but I can't think if there's a set there. Yeah, I've been keeping the iPhone focus on the wrong settings a lot lately, so I've been missing a lot of notifications. I'm on the east side, but I'm gonna go back to the Bat Cave, and I should hopefully be able to find a pair of cables. I've got at least 2 or 3 sets. Yeah, I'm heading to the Bat Cave now. I don't know if you were watching. I'm over in University Circle. I just looked at a jump box the other day, but it was $90. I don't have it. Had a fatal accident on the west side tonight. I totally missed notification. Oh, these two lights. I should know better. You can't make them. You should almost go the other way and not even have any lights. Just longer. I should just drive slow through here. Just slow. Never come to a stop. Change. They got lights on in there. What are they doing? I really haven't figured out what the heck they're doing to this building. A ton of rehab work. Just gutting the building and putting it back into something new, and I haven't figured that out, I guess. Are you sitting where you normally sit? During the sort of day hours, you can get a free jump in the downtown zone from the Downtown Cleveland Alliance. But I think where my friend is parked is even outside of that zone, or right on the edge of the eastern boundary. Plus, they don't work this late. I think they do. Here's downtown. Hug the white line there to straddle 3 different funky divots in the concrete. But if you hug the white line on the right, you'll drive right over those 3 divots and not go bump, bump, bump.
Service. This is Paul Henley with The Real Story, one topic, 1 hour every week. And this week, why go back to the moon? When humans first walked on the moon 53 years ago, many people imagined it was the first of countless visits, leading perhaps to a lunar settlement. Well, maybe it was. It's just been a rather long break in moon exploration. NASA is about to launch the first in a series of missions planned to lead within only a few years to new footprints on the lunar surface, and perhaps even eventually to a human voyage to Mars. Inevitably, there's international competition, with China already exploring the far side of the moon with robots and planning a landing with people too. Is there a genuine scientific need, or is raw human ambition the real reason for this decade's new push to the...
So you guys are going to be in the dark for a while. Otherwise, I have to stop and then restart, but you'll have audio.
Energy costs continue to skyrocket. Experts are puzzled that Russia is burning off about $10 million worth of natural gas every day at a facility near its border with Finland. They estimate that the large flame has been burning
Until
for
we
around 2 months.
hit the Bat Cave and
A team at
turn
Rystad
around.
Energy, an independent research firm based in Norway, who've been monitoring the flare, say it's burning around $10 million worth of gas every day, while pumping out 9,000 tons of carbon dioxide. There are concerns that large volumes of soot from the flare could exacerbate the melting of ice in the Arctic. Reports in Russia say the burn-off is connected to testing at the new plant, but experts say the size and duration of the flaring contradict this explanation.
The gas from the Nightcrawling facility would previously have been exported to Germany via the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. President Zelensky of Ukraine has accused Russia of leaving Europe just one step away from a radiation disaster. He was speaking after the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is occupied by Russia, was temporarily disconnected from the power grid on Thursday for the first time in its history. Mr. Zelensky praised Ukrainian technicians who used diesel generators to ensure the system continued to operate. Hugo Beshega is in Kiev.
Now, last week, the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, was here in Ukraine, and he told me that it was essential to create a demilitarized zone around this facility, a proposal that's been rejected by the Russians. But he also said it was essential to allow international inspectors into the Zaporizhzhia complex. Now, it seems that talks are happening to give access to international monitors. We heard from Rafael Grossi, the head of the UN's nuclear watchdog agency, saying that a visit could happen within days.
But if anything exciting happens, I'll bring you guys back into visual.
Australian police say they've made the nation's largest ever seizure of the drug methamphetamine, with a street value of more than $1 billion US. Phil Mercer in Sydney has more.
750 kilograms of the drug were found last month, hidden in a consignment of marble at Botany Bay in Sydney. Even more was discovered last week by the police on board a ship from the United Arab Emirates. In total, 1,800 kilograms were detected, which is Australia's biggest ever seizure of methamphetamine. It's the most widely used illicit drug in the country.
Phil Mercer reporting from Sydney. World News from the BBC.
Wow, $1 billion
North
worth
Korea
of
has
meth.
said a suspected outbreak of
Wow.
COVID earlier this week was found to be influenza. On Thursday, the authorities said they had locked down parts of Ryanggang province near the border with China after finding 4 new cases of what they call fever there. The lockdown was lifted the next day. The US state of California has approved rules that all new vehicles sold in America's most populous state must emit zero emissions from 2035. The landmark ruling will mean all new vehicles must either be electric or plug-in electric hybrids. Officials say the move will dramatically cut global warming, causing pollutants. Britney Spears has released her first single since being freed from a conservatorship that controlled her life for more than a decade. Hold Me Closer is a duet with Elton John. Mark Savage has been listening.
This is the first time fans have heard new music from the singer since 2016, and the first since she was freed from a 13-year legal arrangement that stopped her making basic decisions about her personal life. Britney Spears recorded her vocals in Los Angeles this summer with Sir Elton John, singing lines from his classic songs Tiny Dancer, The One, and Don't Go Breaking My Heart. In a statement, she said she was honoured to be invited onto the song, and Sir Elton said he was delighted with the result.
Christie's Auction House has announced plans to sell off the art collection of the late co-founder of Microsoft, Paul Allen, which is estimated to be worth more than $1 billion. In a statement, Christie's said its November sale of more than 150 works of art spanning 500 years would be the largest of its kind. Paul Allen died in 2018 at the age of 65. BBC News.
This is The Real Story from the BBC. I'm Paul Henley in for Ritula Shah with your weekly deep dive into a story that's making news and changing lives. And 5 decades on from the last time a human being walked on the moon, NASA is preparing to return.
We're ready, we are going, and go Artemis.
It's called the Space Launch System, or SLS for short, and it's the most powerful rocket ever built by the US Space Agency.
There's an energy and there's an excitement around the Kennedy Space Center, I would say, across the agency and all around the Space Coast as we get closer and closer to this launch.
On Monday, it's hoped that Artemis, the successor to the Apollo moon missions, will take off on the program's first and crucially uncrewed visit to the moon and back, to be followed by a similar journey with astronauts, and then a return to humans walking again on the lunar surface in just 2 to 3 years' time. And we're promised the first person of color and the first woman to visit the moon.
I think it's still difficult for me to believe that it might be reality, thinking that I could possibly be one of these people, to be walking on the moon, to be in orbit around the moon, to be looking back at the Earth from that incredible distance.
The whole endeavor is costing tens of billions of dollars and also involves constructing a new space station that will orbit the moon, a new lunar lander spacecraft to be built by private company SpaceX, and even it's hoped the eventual establishment of a permanent lunar base. But why go back at all?
Whose cat is that?
For young people, just
I
to
see
see
a
that there's a reason
kitty
to
cat
love
that I don't know.
because we can learn more
It's not-
about
I don't
the
think it's
world and
mine.
the universe, and that's something we can all do together.
Proponents say surviving, maybe even thriving on the moon is an important step towards humanity's likely next great exploration, establishing a
Maybe
settlement
that's her
on
cat
Mars.
that gets
So
out.
what are the goals of the soon-to-take-off Artemis program, and how likely are they to be reached?
All right,
What we
be right
learned this
back.
time around, we can't learn from orbit or by sending robots. And with
if I can
China
find
and
these
Russia
things.
planning their own lunar base, what does the future look like for humanity on a celestial body that isn't the Earth? So we're going back to the moon, and joining me are 3 people with valuable insights into what that might look like. I'm going to ask them all the same question by way of introduction. They are Ariel Ekblor, founder and lead of the Media Lab Space Exploration Initiative at MIT, or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She's just negotiated MIT's first ever commercial contract to send experiments to the moon next year as part of the Artemis program. More on that later. Ariel, tell us first the moment you remember being inspired by space.
Well, hello, Paul. Thank you so much for having me today. My moment came when I was 19, and I had an opportunity to fly in zero gravity, which actually means truly experiencing weightlessness as a human. And we do this on a flight affectionately known as the Vomit Comet. The plane does what you thought it would. It pitches really steeply upward.
All right, be right back.
spacesuits on their way to the moon. And then the launch of the Saturn V was a physical experience with the light, and particularly
Everybody's still here. I'm still.
noise that you could feel going through your body. I'm going down for this Artemis 1 launch, and I'm very interested in comparing the experience of that launch and of a Saturn V launch.
And did you ever ask yourself at the time, the way so many people do now, what the reasons for going to the moon were?
No, I didn't have to. I had by that time finished my PhD dissertation, which turned into a book called The Decision to Go to the Moon. And so I knew full well the considerations that had led President Kennedy to decide to do that. He, after Gagarin's flight, sent a memo to his advisor, to Vice President Johnson, saying, find me a space program which promises dramatic results in which we could win. And the answer came back, go to the moon.
So it was all about winning. Ariel, aside from the politics, what do you think we learnt?
Well, in many ways, the pressure of the Apollo program kicked off this massive focus on STEM education in the United States, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and led to several decades of really committed investment in science and engineering education. And that is one of the things to which we credit this amazing entrepreneurial ecosystem and innovation that we now have around startups and technology and education in the United States. As the early Apollo missions progressed, we also learned quite a bit about planetary science. So we were able to take samples back from the surface of the moon and analyze what we now call lunar regolith, and understand a little bit more about perhaps how the moon was formed, how these different types of regolith on the surface would contribute or make difficult future mechanisms or habitats or goals that we might have for construction on the moon. So there's really so many different things that we've learned through science, and then also to the benefit of technology and society through those early Apollo missions.
Laura, how would you sum up what you think the US achieved with the Apollo program?
One thing that we really learned through actually going there was what the moon is made of and how it was made. So before we went to the moon, we didn't even know what that regolith, that dirt and dust that covers the surface of the moon, what that really was. We thought maybe it was so thick and fluffy that you could just step right through it. We learned that it's quite more like sand. We still have scientific instruments on the surface of the moon, such as instruments that can detect moonquakes, for example. That's sort of like earthquakes, but on the surface of the moon, as well as the way that dust levitates. That means it rises up because of electromagnetism. And all of these instruments from 50 years ago still give us scientific data. But now, since we're going back, we're going to learn even more.
And we're going to touch on that later in the program. But John, why did NASA and everybody else for that reason stop going to the moon?
Well, it was defined as a race. As Kennedy said, find me something in which we could win. So we won. And once you win a race, you don't keep racing. And there, at least at that point, was not an alternative rationale for continuing this fast-paced, almost crash program to get to the moon. So President Nixon made a decision very consciously to stop, saying there was no particular reason to continue to spend the money to continue to do that kind of exploration. I think it was a poorly crafted decision, but it reflected, I think, public opinion at the time.
Well, that was Apollo. Let's now move forward in time by 50 years or so to next week's launch of Artemis 1. The first launch won't have humans or crew on board, but as NASA Associate Administrator Jim Free explained earlier this week, the mission does come with risk.
We are pushing the vehicle to its limits, really stressing it to get ready for crew. It is incredibly risky. We talked about risks today. We talked about our mitigation steps for those risks. And we've mitigated the risk as far as we can, and now it's our time to get to launch so that we get that data that we need to put crew on it.
Well, let's start with this brand new spacecraft. Ariel, the Space Launch System, or SLS, is the collective name for what's being launched. What's it made up of?
So SLS is really a mega rocket, and it's something that will have the heavy lift capability to send not only an uncrewed module, which is what it's sending this time for Artemis 1, but actually have the capability to lift all of the mass associated with humans and their crew and their required cargo all the way to the moon. Interestingly, by the time we actually get to the Artemis 3 mission and the crewed human mission, we're expecting it to be Starship, so another different type of rocket platform. And these are different rockets in a portfolio of different propulsion systems.
Laura, the SLS, the Space Launch System, is a collaboration, isn't it? The entire thing isn't made by
I'll be there
NASA.
in 5 minutes.
That's correct. In fact, the SLS is contracted out to a company called Boeing. And on top of the SLS is a capsule called Orion, which is built by Lockheed Martin. So similar to traditional NASA programs, this one is NASA run and NASA designed, but hardware built by contractors.
And John, the first mission is crewless. It's entirely automated. Where's it going? What will it do?
Well, it's going to orbit the moon, test out a particular orbit that is being planned for future missions that goes something like 40,000 kilometers beyond the moon. So it will go deeper into space than any other human-rated system has ever gone. And you're testing the whole system. The launch, if it goes on Monday the 29th, it'll be a 42-day mission. So you're seeing how the life support system on the Orion spacecraft will work. And then maybe most crucially, once it comes back, whether the heat shield on the Orion spacecraft can protect the spacecraft with the heat from the speed of re-entry from a lunar distance.
Ariel, in many ways, this rocket and the capsule look very similar to Apollo. Actually, is the technology much more advanced? It should be.
Yes, in many ways the technology has improved, as you would expect. And actually something that we're so excited about with Orion is that this capsule in the future is meant to be part of a station that might orbit around the moon called Gateway. And one of the interesting things about Gateway is, unlike the International Space Station, which is always crewed, is that it will be seasonal. So there'll be time periods when it needs to be completely autonomously managed without humans inside. And Orion, this new module that we're going to see launched on Monday, hopefully as part of this Artemis 1 mission, is going to be a really integral part of this interesting new concept for a space station in orbit around the moon.
Laura, tell us about the dummy or dummies on board.
So the dummies are mannequins called Moonikins, which I think is very clever. There are two of them, and off the top of my head, I believe that they're actually female Moonikins, which is quite unusual in our society to focus on women. Now, this first Artemis 1 mission is to gather data about the atmosphere of cislunar space, especially the radiation environment, so we can learn about how to protect humans on board, because we have this protection here on Earth under the magnetosphere of planet Earth, the magnetic field of Earth, that protects us from the sun's radiation and radiation from space. And so we want to understand, if we leave Earth, how does that radiation affect human beings?
So we mentioned Artemis 2, which is broadly the same mission but with astronauts on board, although they won't land on the moon. Artemis 3, what will that mission involve, Laura?
Artemis 3 is the mission that we are all very excited about. That is the return of humans to the surface of the moon. Since 1972, we have not sent any people back to the moon. And this will be the mission that brings a crew, including a woman, and probably the first person of color. So back during Apollo, there were only a limited type of people that could go to become astronauts. It was fighter pilots, and back then, only men were allowed to be fighter pilots, and it was only white men who were selected to be astronauts. So these crews will be more diverse and more international than they were during Apollo.
Let's get a quick flavor of that diversity.
Hi, I'm Shel Lincoln. My name is Raja Chari.
Kayla Barron. Kate Rubis. Hi, I'm Christina Cook.
NASA astronaut Joe Akaba.
Jessica Amir.
Woody Hoberg.
Anne McLean. Stephanie Wilson.
My name is Johnny Kemp.
Nicole Mann.
Victor Glover.
Jessica Watkins.
And which astronauts in particular? Because it's been mentioned, Laura, that the early astronauts were all fighter pilots. Who are this new crew? How do they qualify? How eventually will they be picked?
Well, we don't know who the crew is yet, and we're all very much eager to find out. How will they be picked is a mystery. Perhaps John can enlighten us, but my understanding is that NASA really keeps it secretive of how they select astronauts for which crews. We do know that this first crewed mission, which is Artemis 2, will have one Canadian astronaut on board, because that's been announced. Artemis 3 will be any NASA astronaut that can qualify to go to the surface of the moon. And there is more of a diversity of astronauts now. It's not quite 50-50 male and female, but it is much closer than it used to be.
John, have you got any particular insights into the selection process? I'm sure a whole new generation of would-be astronauts would like a hint.
Well, there are 42 active astronauts, and the head of the astronaut office said recently any one of them can be on that first landing mission. But there are supposed to be a whole series of missions, so lots of opportunities.
And who are they by profession? What have they already done to qualify?
Well, they went through an extremely rigorous selection process. NASA, each time it announces the opportunity to apply to the astronaut office, gets about 12,000 applications. And out of those 12,000, select 6 or 8 or 10 people. So these people have been selected through a very competitive process. They're everywhere from MDs, medical doctors, to a few residual fighter pilots, although that's not the criteria anymore. So it's a very, very diverse, in terms of experience and background, set of people.
But John, human space travel is still so much more expensive than taking robots into space and indeed landing robots on the moon. Why aren't we just going with that?
Well, that would be scientifically prudent, but we're humans. We want to share the experience. I think we would not be satisfied if all we did was send our machines to the moon. We want the shared experience of being able to talk to, see, maybe even touch someone that says, well, I've been to the moon. So I think there's a human dimension to this that transcends science. It is exploration, and it is motivation and inspiration.
I think John makes a lovely point here, which is one of the things that we remember most about the Apollo program are these 2 iconic images, one of which was taken on Christmas Eve in 1968 as Apollo 8 was orbiting, and we call it Earthrise. And there's this fantastic quote from, I believe it was Bill Anders at the time, who said something along the lines of, we've come all this way to explore the moon, but in the end what we really discovered was the Earth and how much we cherish it. And this, to John's point, is something that we only get when we send humans, and we're able to really expand our circles of awareness as a species when we venture out and look back.
Well, let's pause for a moment because we do have to take a short break now. Thanks for now to Laura Forsick, John Logston, and Ariel right after the news when the real story continues.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the United States is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content, engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversations. APM, American Public Media. With support from Insperity, providing HR support, including access to benefits and HR tech, helping businesses succeed so communities prosper. Insperity HR that makes a difference.
Anybody still awake? Looks like he got a jump.
Food and rechargeable hearing aids, and other better uses for the billions of dollars already being spent just planning for a return to the moon. That's all coming up after a summary of the news.
BBC News with Moira Anderson. Satellite images suggest Russia is burning off large amounts of natural gas at a facility near the border with Finland. The gas would previously have been exported to Germany via the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. Supplies through the pipeline have been curtailed since mid-July. Moscow has blamed technical issues, but Germany says it's a political move. President Zelensky of Ukraine has accused Russia of leaving Europe just one step away from a radiation disaster. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is occupied by Russia, was temporarily disconnected from the power grid on Thursday for the first time in its history. Liz Truss, who's widely tipped to become Britain's next Prime Minister, has been accused of insulting France, one of Britain's closest allies. Ms. Truss said the jury was out on the French President Emmanuel Macron. She was responding to a question on whether he was a friend or foe. Australian police have made what they say is the nation's largest ever seizure of the drug methamphetamine, with a street value of more than $1 billion. The haul amounted to 1,800 kilos. North Korea says that 4 fever cases, which caused the authorities to briefly lock down an area near the border with China, were found to be caused by influenza. The country, which has little mass testing capacity, declared victory over coronavirus 2 weeks ago. A former defense chief in South Korea has been sentenced to 3 years in prison for abuse of power. Bae Dek-sig was found guilty of running a team that posted favorable online comments about conservative politicians. The pop star Britney Spears has released her first new music since being freed from a legal arrangement that controlled her life for more than a decade. The singer's done a duet with Elton John on a new version of his song, Tiny Dancer, called Hold Me Closer. BBC News.
You're listening to The Real Story from the BBC World Service with me, Paul Henley, and this week we're looking at a new era of moon landings and asking why humans are only now returning to the lunar surface. We're joined by John Logsdon, who is Professor Emeritus at the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University. He's also a former member of the NASA Advisory Council, and he sits on the board of directors at the Planetary Society. Ariel Ekblor is founder and lead of the Media Lab Space Exploration Initiative at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And Laura Forsick is an analyst and founder of the space consulting firm Astrolytical, also author of a book called Becoming Off-Worldly, Learning from Astronauts to Prepare for Your Spaceflight Journey. Artemis 3 is the mission that will land humans, as we said, back on the moon. And just last week, NASA announced a number of possible landing spots, all located at the lunar South Pole. Well, we're lucky enough to have someone on our panel today who is involved in that effort to assess the possible landing sites before one is eventually picked. Ariel, how are they chosen?
This is, again, as we talked about with the astronaut selection, a little bit of a secretive process. NASA keeps it very buttoned up until they've actually decided where they're going to land. But there are all kinds of different considerations, like the stability for the landing craft, needing to be able to have a site on the moon that's ideally not tilted, so you want it to be able to land flat and be stable. There are certain beautiful peaks of the moon. We've referred to them as peaks of eternal light. It's not quite eternal light, but it's close. And these are areas that are very important to be able to have enough sunlight for a mission to be able to actually last. Of course, we use sunlight to power solar panels, to power a lot of the electricity needs for a mission.
And this is a big question on the moon, isn't it? Because a lunar night lasts a long time.
Right, a lunar night can last, between 12 and 14 days, depending on where you are. It varies a little bit depending on your location on the moon. And yes, so one of the things that we're thinking about very seriously is how to supply the right infrastructure and how to help guide NASA's decision for this landing site. And one of the ways that we're doing is we're sending through MIT next summer and with our partner Lunar Outpost, the first ever depth field camera to the surface of the moon around these historic South Pole landing sites. It'll take footage of the lunar surface that we'll be able to pipe into a virtual reality or augmented reality visual training system for those really amazing astronauts that we heard from earlier that would be the first members of the Artemis 3 crew.
And nothing, either human or robotic, has actually been on the South Pole of the moon before, right?
Yes, and it is really an interesting planetary science area for the moon, really interesting for science and very important for the discovery, potential looking and searching for water ice on the moon.
So the moon landing during Artemis 3 will require a brand new vehicle that will take astronauts from orbit down to the moon's surface. It's being designed by SpaceX, and we'll speak more about that in a moment. Before that happens, the Orion capsule coming from Earth will need to dock with a new space station that will be constructed in the orbit of the moon. John, the Gateway space station hasn't actually been constructed yet. When it has been, what will it look like? What will it do?
First, there will not be a gateway for Artemis 3 or Artemis 4, the very early landing missions. It is somewhat in the second stage of the program. It will be a conventional, if that conventional has any meaning, kind of space station. It will be a waypoint where the Orion spacecraft coming from Earth can dock. The crew can transfer them to the Starship landing vehicle that will take them down to the lunar surface, then come back up to the Gateway and transfer back into Orion to go back to Earth. And it's really intended as a way station, a staging base, not only for the moon, but eventually for Mars.
Ariel, what kind of effect will Gateway have on future robotic missions to the moon?
Gateway will be a really critical aspect of this ecosystem that we're building up for infrastructure on the surface and in orbit. One of the things we're most excited about for robotic missions is how you can design robots to work with humans in collaborative endeavors, almost in symbiosis. The second experiment that we're sending to the surface of the moon next summer is a tiny swarm robot. It looks like a little miniature car. It has interesting little cameras and sensors on it, and this is a type of robot that is meant to crawl over the surface of things and do diagnostic and inspecting tasks. So this is a little robot that could very well crawl on the outside of Gateway, making sure that that space station in orbit while it's in microgravity is performing well with no gas leaks or no micrometeorite impacts. But this little robot could also come down to the surface and be able to rove around on top of a future habitat or a rover. And this is an example of how Gateway and that surface infrastructure of a base camp will be tied together.
And as mentioned, private company SpaceX is developing a new spacecraft, the Starship, which will take the astronauts down from Gateway, from the space station to the lunar surface. Laura, what will that spacecraft look like? What will it be able to do?
Well, first off, it's going to be huge. We just don't have a conception of how big Starship is going to be. So Starship is the currently contracted vehicle to have that first lunar landing for Artemis 3. There is plans to contract with another company. You know, some other companies are designing other human landing systems. These are called HLS. And so Starship is a vehicle that SpaceX is currently developing to do a variety of tasks. It is planned to go into orbit. It's planned to land on the moon. It's planned to go to Mars. In fact, its original conception was to send humans to Mars. It is being modified for this purpose of sending humans to the moon and then bringing them back up. And it will be gigantic. So it will have a lot of room for any kind of cargo and science payloads, that is experiments or people, for sure. Quite a large space for a crew as well.
So, John, a whole new generation, much more sophisticated than the Apollo mission lunar lander.
Well, yeah, the landing vehicle compared to the tiny lunar module that could only hold 2 people standing up. The upper stage of the Starship, which is what will be the landing vehicle, is intended to be, as Elon Musk has said, eventually able to carry 100 people to Mars. So that gives you some idea of the size of it. It's half again as large or as tall as the SLS, and that is 100 meters high. So these are big pieces of equipment. I should add, it hasn't flown yet. We're assuming success, and I hope that assumption works, but Starship has yet to work. It may end up being the pacing item for the schedule for the first actual landing mission.
Now, eventually, NASA envisages a settlement on the moon. The next missions are planned to the South Pole because that's where scientists are gambling on finding the frozen water necessary to sustain visiting life. And the accommodation that NASA has in mind will probably be built robotically before human beings move in. Ariel, what would a moon settlement look like?
So there are many interesting visions of what this moon settlement would look like. My personal take on this is that it'll be more like McMurdo, which is an example of an outpost in Antarctica, than a really thriving lunar city, at least for decades. So this would be still a very extreme environment where you might see habitats that are really part of the rockets that they came in, like living in Starship for a while. And then you might be able to eventually imagine a transition to habitats like what you see in The Martian, if people have remembered that movie and that book, where it's simple, kind of single module, maybe connected through a simple tunnel, and eventually moving beyond that to a vision like ESA's Moon Village, one of the most compelling, interesting proposals for how to get to a small community-level settlement on the moon.
To scientific reasons for landing on the moon now, and one of the things that excites scientists about returning there is that they might find ancient rocks from the Earth that have been splashed up by big asteroid strikes. I've been speaking to Dr. Jeffrey Cargill, who is a senior scientist with the Planetary Science Institute in Tucson, Arizona, and he is particularly keen to exploit the moon's geological history. I asked him why these meteorite fragments were of such importance.
Well, the most exciting meteorites that we could find on the moon would be meteorites from the early Earth. I fully expect that there will be meteorites like that found. So there's a gap of about 4.25 to 3.8 billion years between the South Polar Aitken Basin impact, when meteorites could have started to accumulate on the surface at the South Polar area, and when the rock record of Earth becomes really prodigious. So what does that get us? Well, 450 million years of Earth history, but I think more than just those numbers. This period in early Earth history has been almost completely erased away by geologic activity. This was a time when continents were forming. It's a time when life probably evolved, maybe evolved multiple times and then was extinguished by subsequent giant impacts. There could be samples of the Earth's atmosphere contained in meteorites from that age. Now, there are rocks on the Earth, not very many, but there are rocks and single mineral grains that are older than 3.8 billion years. However, those minerals have been through geological hell on the Earth, through metamorphic events that have thoroughly cooked out any primary sedimentary structures. So the moon may contain this evidence of the Earth's very early evolution, when life was just getting a foothold on Earth. Maybe there were global ice ages. We don't know about this important chapter, really even a full book of Earth history that has been erased, but might be picked up by astronauts walking and roving around on the moon and taking drill cores. So I'm really pumped up, really excited about it. You know, the whole matter of there being ice deposits and probably carbonaceous deposits in permanently shadowed areas of the moon, which the Artemis astronauts will explore. That's really exciting because they will contain chemical evidence of impacting comets, but also provide the feedstocks for industrial processing, formation of materials that likely won't be used right away during the Artemis program, but we'll learn how to use them, how to make rocket fuel, how to make plastics, how to make structural materials, how to make fertilizers. And that knowledge can be transferred in part to Mars, where a much richer variety of raw materials exist. But we really do need the practice at the moon in order to get the most of a Mars exploration program, or even to help it be successful.
And is there any reason why robots, as opposed to human beings, couldn't gather then?
I think that's a very compelling question. It was asked during the Apollo program, and many scientists urged that the billions of dollars that was spent on Apollo, that could be spent on a vigorous robotic exploration program. I think there were plenty reasons back in the Apollo days to say, no, for lunar exploration, robotics probably could not have achieved what humans achieved. I think these days, robotics have advanced to such a degree that, in my opinion, it is yes, that robotics could do better than sending humans for lower risk to human life, lower risk to single point failures of the whole program, and at lower overall cost with much greater results to show for it. If scientific returns and the actual dollar cost benefit were the only criteria, that, however, leaves out a whole range of other benefits, which NASA talks about. There's sort of the vague one of economic benefits. I think there will be huge economic benefits, but it's hard really to put your finger on it. In terms of economic benefits, in terms of computing technology, probably in materials, just like Apollo did. And then there's the inspiration aspect, where we can expect that hundreds of thousands, probably millions of people in the U.S., in Europe, and around the world will go into science and engineering because of the Artemis program.
Dr. Jeffrey Cargill there from the Planetary Science Institute in Arizona. A couple of main points coming out of that. One, that robots could probably do the same job on the moon, and the other, John, that from things found on the moon, we could eventually make rocket fuel, plastics, and fertilizers. Is that really possible?
Well, one of the main reasons to going to the South Pole is the tentative knowledge that there is frozen water in the craters at the South Pole that never see sunlight, and that water, if it can be extracted, if it can be processed, can be used to support activity on the moon and indeed beyond the moon. And it's waters, hydrogen, and oxygen. Those are the two components of rocket fuel. If you're going to have people living on the moon, they're going to need water. So one of the primary objectives of this initial round of exploration is to find out how real that prospect is.
Which opens up the prospect, Laura, of mining the moon, which is not attractive to many, surely.
Mining the moon is probably the first reason why companies would want to do activities on the moon to make money. So we do have some companies that are providing rides to the moon or other services for governments, but mining resources on the moon is a way that companies can perhaps become economically sustainable on the surface of the moon. It'll be for multiple uses on the moon. It is not necessarily to bring resources back to the Earth, although we might see little things like jewelry, but it's for getting water with the hydrogen and the oxygen that we find in the regolith, that dirt and dust that we mine up. It's also things like landing pads or roads or buildings, other infrastructure that is needed if we want to build a base and live on the moon. And so this is an area of, let's say, international question of how legal is this. The United States and Luxembourg have decided that mining and using resources on the moon and selling them, having property rights on the moon, is legal. And so that is what the United States is moving forward with. NASA actually put out a contract where 3 companies are going to go to the surface of the moon and just mine a pile of regoliths and then sell that pile very inexpensively to NASA just to prove that they can.
And Laura, what about using the moon and the things you're talking about to be discovered on it as a launch pad to Mars, a vital stepping stone to Mars?
Yeah, so one of the reasons that we want to get regolith, that dirt and dust, is that we can then turn that into rocket fuel. We can perhaps make propellant, which we can then put in fuel depots on the surrounding area, the cislunar space. So if we have fuel depots in space, we can refuel without having to bring that fuel with the rockets or without having to launch it from the Earth. The idea is that if we can make a rocket fuel from the moon, it is easier to launch it from the moon because of the gravity well of the moon is so much less than the Earth. That is, the gravity on the moon is much lighter than the Earth, about 1/6. So instead of bringing fuel from Earth to space, we can bring it from the moon to space and have that be available for both government and commercial use.
Well, what about international cooperation stroke competition? Because countries with space agencies currently capable of completing space launches include India, Japan, Iran, Brazil, and North Korea. The big 3, of course, the US, Russia, and China, are already regularly achieving human spaceflight. But given the current level of political division on Earth, it seems increasingly unlikely, surely, that all the countries competing in the current space race will work together in perfect harmony on the same satellites or in the same lunar base. Laura, could it happen?
In fact, it's already happening. So NASA, along with the U.S. State Department, has initiated the Artemis Accords, which is a collaboration between now 20 countries around the world on how to work together, not just for the Artemis program going to the moon, but also a series of international norms of behavior so that we can learn to work together cooperatively and not have any misunderstandings in space. This is a continuation of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, and there have been several international partners that have signed on for actually building hardware for the Artemis program. A number of European countries, part of the European Space Agency, ESA, along with Japan, Luxembourg, Australia, Canada, all of these are participating in real ways of building the hardware for the Artemis program.
But China is the most advanced, arguably, of all the countries that I mentioned, and the US government shows no signs of working with China.
And China shows no signs of working with us.
Go on, elaborate.
Well, cooperation involves two partners, not just one. There's really no indication that China is interested in collaborating with the United States in lunar exploration. And there's nothing wrong with competition. Competition got us to the moon in the first place. So my image of the future is a mixture of competing coalitions of countries developing space. And I think that's, as long as it doesn't turn into mutually destructive competition, I think the competition is almost an American way of life, so we should welcome it.
NASA has, of course, allocated tens of billions of dollars to these lunar missions, and the use of public funds has bipartisan support in the States, but not everyone in American politics or across the American public agree that this is the best use of funds. John, they are vast amounts of money, even if they are less than the defense budget. Can it be justified?
Yes, I think it can. In absolute terms, yes, it's a lot of money. In comparative terms, it's less than 0.5% of the government budget. Orders of magnitude less than what we spend on national security programs. So I think spending money on things like space exploration is part of the government's, I would say, almost obligation to do things for society that make life more interesting, make life more rewarding, make life better.
Well, let's get specific though. Ariel, in 2020 it was estimated that over 37 million citizens lived in poverty.
year-round by a very few people. Is that a settlement?
I think we have to say yes, that's the definition.
Then I would say in the 2040s. If we discover that it's worth being there, either scientifically or economically or technologically, then I think we will have permanent outposts on the lunar surface within the next 20 to 25 years.
What do you think, Ariel? When will it be safe to do that?
I think I might be a little more bullish than John here. I would say if we're thinking about something like a small-scale sustainable settlement, continuously inhabited, I can see us pulling that off in maybe the late 2030s, so maybe just a decade earlier. But John, we'll see, how that plays out between the two of our estimates. And I think part of that, the reason I would say it's maybe a little earlier, is there's also a lot of keen interest in getting a first human mission to Mars, and that had been targeted for the 2030s or 2040s. And I think we will have invested sufficiently in the lunar environment prior to really transitioning to that moon to Mars plan that we might be able to anticipate small-scale, continuously inhabited activity on the moon in the late 2030s.
And let's bear in mind that China and Russia both have plans to set up a lunar base as well. Laura, when do you think it'll happen? Do you join the others in predicting much faster space progress than in the last 53 years?
I'm going to be a little more pessimistic. I'm going to say if it's not, late 2040s, maybe 2050s or later, because of what Ariel just said, that there's so much interest in going to Mars. But that is going to take a lot of the funding and attention that might otherwise be spent on a permanent settlement on the moon. I myself am biased and think that we need to stay on the surface of the moon, but we need to be realistic about how much money and how long it takes. Everything in space is always delayed. And so while I think there's going to be sorties, temporary missions to the surface of the moon, even tourism missions, I can definitely see tourism missions happening in the 2030s. I think a permanent settlement is still another generation out.
That's it for this week on The Real Story. Many thanks to our guests, Laura Forsick, Ariel Ekblor, and John Logsdon. Thanks to you for listening as well. For this week, from me, Paul Henley, and the whole team, that's The Real Story. And do join us again next time.
You're listening to WKSU Idea Stream Public Media. From Uzbekistan to Sagamore Hills, on the next applause, we meet an illustrator sharing folklore with future generations. Plus, a poet from Dayton lends her voice to the artistic project Walking with Words. And we share a masterpiece of minimalism by legendary composer Philip Glass. Friday night at 8:30 on WVIZ or on demand via the PBS app.
You're listening to 89.7 WKSU Kent, a public media service licensed to Kent State University and operated by IdeaStream Public Media. WKSU serves Northeast Ohio through HD and on WCPN Lorain Cleveland 104.9, WKRW Worcester 89.3, WKRJ New Philadelphia 91.5, WKSV Thompson 89.1, and WNRK Norwalk 90.7.
Coming up after the news on the BBC World Service, it's Hard Talk with me, Stephen Sacker. For 6 months now, Ukraine has been a nation at war. The government and people united in a conviction that they are fighting for freedom. But in the face of the existential threat posed by Putin's invasion, has Ukraine stayed true to the...
All right. Oh, 10 people. Well, he got his car started. I didn't have to use my jumper cables. Dutchie. Tech Post, the sea. Uh-oh, somebody knows about this place. You know about this place here? You know about this building here? Does anybody want to know what's in that building? I'll tell you. I'd like to go in there with somebody once, find a woman who's willing to go. 6,500 feet of adult fun. If you can guess. Oh, there's a delivery maybe. nothing else out here. There's a nice delivery in Akron. Too bad we're too far away. Well, I'm going to go after this silly little delivery because there's nothing else out here. All right. Ugh. That building is I'll show you on the map. Everybody's an adult here, right? The Academy of Fetish Arts. It's an academy. They got a website. You can learn more. Let me get something out of the trunk. All right, let's see if we've got another mission we can go on.
She was honored to be invited onto the Sun.
More pressure, grappled with greater responsibilities, and deliberated over more life-changing decisions than most journalists will face in a lifetime. Olga Rudenko used to work as a reporter on the English-language Kiev Post. She rose through the ranks and became a deputy editor. Last year, the editorial staff, who prided themselves on their investigative journalism and determination to hold the Kiev government to account, were fired en masse by a rich proprietor. The Kiev Post to be less confrontational. Now, many of those sacked staffers resolved to create a new media outlet.
Apparently a bunch of the Norfolk Southern trains had to wait tonight. A train found a body laying along the side of the tracks. They thought they hit it. Turns out it was just some guy sleeping. But a bunch of trains got held up for a couple hours, including Amtrak. All these cars here are involved with the downtown men's shelter that's right here. Not a place you really want to spend the night, from what I hear.
Even as you were saying that, I'm thinking about how true it is, especially today, 6 months after the war started. And looking back, I honestly can't believe how I could, even come to the office, this office on any day and think that I was having a difficult day. Well, actually, in retrospect, it was so the life that we were having before the invasion. We didn't say before the war, of course, because the war, as we know, started in 2014, have been going on for 8 years. And personally, I think I've become like the rest of Ukraine, more resilient. And I think with the rest of us, personally and as a country, I think I've also found in myself new strengths that I didn't think I had, and I see it in people around me every day. I think everybody turned out to be so much stronger, so much more resilient than they ever thought they could be before this happened.
You talk about resilience, and I'm very struck by your experience as a journalist, because you and colleagues set up the Kiev Independent in the months before the major invasion in February. It was still a baby, so to speak, in journalistic terms, when this invasion happened, and suddenly with very limited resources and just a few staff,
got a little mission we can go on.
An existential experience for all Ukrainians. How on earth did you go about it?
Which way do I want to go?
Even when I was a baby, we were only 3 months old when it started, but at the same time, we were coming from
Actually, I think it's quicker to go this way.
Was a different newspaper in Ukraine. It was called Kiev Post, where most of us worked at before November 2021. I was there for 10 years personally.
You and all the other editorial staff were fired from the Kiev Post in the autumn of 2021. That newspaper, the proprietor chose to go in a very different direction. It seemed he wanted a less confrontational newspaper. He said that he wanted positive news from Ukraine, less investigation. So you guys, between you, the fired staff, set up the Kiev Independent with very limited resources. And I guess that is what I'm coming back to. You have to cover a war. You need frontline war correspondents. You need emergency planning for security. You need literally to buy flak jackets for your staff. And you didn't have any money. How have you coped?
We had almost nothing when we started. On the days leading up to the invasion, when big companies and businesses and even journalistic organizations were putting in order complicated, expensive plans, many of them relocating their staff to other places, all we could do was get...
Could be a fire on the west side, too. something too serious. Odor of smoke. Really need to get a good little Bluetooth speaker so I can hear my phone in the car. Phone speakers are definitely not loud enough. Or get a newer radio that has satellite and Bluetooth. Pretty much plug and play if you get the right thing. No fire. That's good. Let's see, which way should I go here? Guy doing breaking down. Scrap hauling truck. And he doesn't have tarps. It's supposed to be tarped. Kind of guys who leave crap all over the highway. Beat to death trailer. Idea who that's. No names on it. And it's the kind of people I'll call the state police on. They cause all kinds of problems because they're lazy and cheap. Vinyl, welcome. Valley. Ambulance. Going to the ER. Thank you. Let's see. So, if you are in Iraq, the time, let me think. What is it, 10:30 or 11:30 a.m.? I'm not sure about that.
Dispatch 43 is going to service. 6-1. Copy. 22 is back from Flores. Dispatch 43 maintenance. 651.
Be back in a second. Where is that thing? Okay. What is with this? Oh, that person wasn't happy.
Dispatch 43 is back. 43 back.
That person wasn't happy. I do this? I'm going the wrong way, right? I have to go around the other way. I never thought of going here. Okay, mute. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Where are we going? I think I know. Come on. Why don't they? Oh, go back there. Is that the place I'm thinking of? Yeah. All right. No map needed. As long as I can remember where I'm going. Where's the driveway to get out of here? Where is it? Exit. Is this an exit? What the heck is that building? There's the new veterinarian hospital. Wow. Look at how big that is. 2 stories. 35,000 square feet. Wow. Remember when that was just a little place, man? The crazy growth. The money to be made in pets is insane anymore. 30,000 square foot veterinarian. I think they were going to have surgical suites and all kinds of new features because they've just grown like mad. Wow, look how big that is. Big, big business. Big business. I don't know, he's pretty low. Does he know where he's going? Airport straight ahead. Oh, I should drive through the airport, see if I can see that billboard. I want to find that. Welcome to the airport. Burned out taillight. Nope, not gonna get a chance to tell him about his burned out taillight. $3.18 for gasoline. Cheap, cheap, cheap. We need to buy some then. That's cheap. Probably the cheapest in the county. $3.18. It's $3.20 something near the Bat Cave, I think. Alright, where's the driveway? see if we can get somebody to answer the door. Okay, where is, there it is. Okay, back in a flash. Okay. That's done. What else? Silly app. Come on. Two deliveries down there. Pretty good money. I would go after that if they'd give it to me. Just because I haven't gotten anything else this morning much. Let's see, how would we get there? I was going to go there. Where is that? It's right. Oh, that's over there by 8. Okay. I don't know if they will send me down there or not. Need to get a car so I can drive Uber. So there I have to find some other kind of work. let's go back and get some gas. $3.18 for gas. Can't pass that up. How much was Speedway gas? I didn't see that. Can't see their sign. $3.26. $3.18. Oh, somebody tore that pump nozzle off. Or is it $3.18? This is $3.28. Maybe I've been snookered. Did they just? What is it? Alright, we learned something today, right? Let's see. How come I got so much money there? Oh. I'm totally lost. I don't remember that I had, oh, I guess I did have that much. I guess I did, I don't remember. Everything's a blur. Alright. Low battery. Mileage? What's the mileage? Where is... I don't understand why... No, still don't have that. How do I have money there? I don't understand. Didn't that pay already? Gave him. That was yesterday. Oh, that didn't come through yet. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I didn't take any money out of that account. It's probably going to come through tomorrow. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. What do we got? here. Never. Okay, we got that much there. Alright. And we still don't have any work. Well, we got some more gas. I should buy more at this price. Should fill it, but then I need money for things. Since I don't have much. Big curb. Oink. Oink. Here comes the train. Berea is a town of trains. It's a major intersection for all kinds of trains. Ohio Cannabis Exhibition. Okay. Ohio Fall RV Show. Go through the airport here. I want to see if this billboard, what it says or not says. Somebody I know went out of their way to take pictures of a billboard here last week, so they could show their bigotry publicly on Facebook. Remember, there's a saying, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. Trust that they are that thing. I called him out on it, and he gave an idiotic answer. Sad bunch of people that think that way. haven't driven through here in like a year, maybe more. It's so sad. I think they're gonna tear the old Sheraton hotel down here at the airport. This place is closed now. I think they're gonna level it. It's pretty hideous. I worked here in the 70s as a busboy. They had a big restaurant here. Now we're gonna be an airport without a hotel. That's gonna be sad. You'll never get that back. Never get that back. Rumor is they're gonna tear it down and put a parking lot. Now, where is this sign that... Let's see, I don't know where. I'm gonna drive around, cover all the spots so I can see where this billboard is tucked away at. Billboard for the sponsored by, I'm pretty sure, by the Visitors Bureau. There it is, and it still says the same thing. Still says the same thing. It's over on the right. Am I allowed to turn left here? I think I am. Duh. It's been so long. Do they still have that sign up here? It's a one-way to a one-way. Yeah, I can turn. So here's the sign. I don't know if you can see it or not. Welcome to Cleveland. And it says BIG. And BIG stands for Blacks in Government. It's a black professional organization for blacks working in the government. No different than any other group that's got a organization to further themselves in their world, their thing. Well, he was upset that they have a group. He goes, "We need to stop letting them do this." Oh my God, I wanted to smack him through the internet. People shouldn't be allowed to come together and further themselves because, well, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Freaking crazy. And the Visitors Bureau puts those signs up, that changes that billboard probably fairly regularly when groups come to Cleveland. And that group last week had their national convention here. The old Ford plant, mostly leveled over here on the left now. Guess they're trying to develop it into another big business park or something like that. Did we get that? Nope. Somebody else got that delivered. No work out here. I should just go to bed for a few hours. Might get something in a little bit. I should just park. Just park in the dark here for a little. Wait a little bit. There might be some more deliveries in 15 minutes. So I'm going to hang up, everybody. Have a good day, good night, whatever it is. Thanks for hanging out, whoever's here. Fredo says goodbye. Good morning. Bye, everybody. Bye. You're back. It's been live the whole time, but I'm gonna go rest for a little bit and I'll be back again. You never know. Go check out my other videos. There's over 600 of them there. You might find something enjoyable. Ciao.